Welcome in. Fuck, what am I gonna do with this? Do I just leave it like right there? I never have a good spot for the chat. You were quick. You get a point. With my current setup. Maybe I gotta do it like this. Fuck you!
Son of a bitch! Lottie frickin' dog! Fucker!
Maddie needs to do their ritual. Should just leave this up while Maddie is doing that.
I fart in your general direction!
And I shit in yours!
Move this man!
Boo you! Mm-mm. Maddie, can you give Mr. Pigments a point? Ooh. Thank you. Okay. You all ready to learn? Oh, I forgot to do that. I don't know if people will check it. I forgot to advertise myself in the Sumo Discord.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! Hi, Drew. Welcome in, bud. All right, we all ready to learn? Oh, I forgot to clean that. Are you dry and no? You're still in good shape. Okay. Okay, that's not tight. Let's fix that. It almost feels like nobody looks up anything about their paints, Drez. Hi, Stoic. Well, Drew, so now you always have to be here this early. Them's the rules. I thought I had this lamp tighter. I don't like when it can move. I'll move a little, I guess. You have no choice now, Drew. We have standards here. Okay? This mom and pop stream has standards. Okay. Oh, I gotta grab a tube of lead white. We have standards. We have lots of them. I've been reading them fairly regularly, Drez. I check them out. I usually skip to the conclusions, and then if I don't understand the conclusions, I'll read more. Name one. One ought to not be a bastard. That is our number one rule. That is our number one standard. ought not be a bastard, which you have failed at tremendously. I gotcha. Oh, yeah. 2 blues, so we'll go pyro red. There's our yellow. There's our white. I don't have gloves on. Nope. This is Kotozakura, an Ozeki, or a sumo with the rank of Ozeki, which is basically the second highest. Gorgeous man. Not as good looking as me, but good looking. I got a case of the yawns. You should. Happily, he'd probably love it. So apparently, it's like considered good luck for a sumo to hold your baby. So there's all these adorable photos of these like humongous sumos holding tiny babies, and I kind of love it. I think that's a good tradition. Tradition. So this is the first tube I have of lead white that I'm using that I used aluminum stearate in a different way, and I really like how it's I already like how it's holding up better. John ATT Field Art. Oh, so you're sponsored by AT&T? Okay, I never met an artist that was sponsored by AT&T. Welcome in, John. Do I have to like scoop out all this shit? Okay. Force out more. Him. A little bit more. Son of a bitch. Nene. The alcohol head. That's for yawning. I can't help it. Whenever I sit down to paint, I start yawning. It's been a thing for a while. Oh, hey. Get dicked. Oh my god. Mudworks. Who's old? Yeah, Mud did come in swinging with that thing. How you doing, Mud? Mud, the future New York Times bestseller. The future New York Times bestseller, Mudworks. Almost got the paint out. So, I'll tell you all, my intent is to be pretty loosey-goosey today with this. But we'll see if I can pull that off. I am a loser wiener who doesn't paint good, so we'll see if that actually turns out all right. Oh, that sucks, Mud. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I've done palette knife stuff before, Nene. Well, Matt, I hope, I hope things, go well, at least, or, brings comfort in some capacity. That decision is never easy. Yeah, I get you. Finger painting is shit. There's somebody I really dislike who does a lot of oil painting, finger painting on YouTube, and it always pisses me off. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of us in the community or anything are here if you need it, and whatever comfort that may be or may not. If you need us to ban Greenbag, we will. You need to leave! He's a bane to all of our existences. New Zealand's a myth. Okay. Go eat. Eat and grow. Go eat too much pork. I'm making soup later today. Oh, that sounds fucking awesome. I have a ham that I've been eating for like the past 5 days. And with the bone and the remaining scraps, I'm going to make a ham and potato with dill soup. Some onions too. A lot of potatoes, though. Oh, and leftover peas. I'm gonna throw... Son of a bitch! I'm gonna throw in leftover peas as well. Since we're all soup people now. Alright, how many tries? How many tries to open up the oil? How strong will I be today? What are you doing? Alright, we got a one for mud. Thank you for believing in my massive, toxically masculine strength. Well, that's... I would love some baked ziti right now. See, I'm in a situation, I'm trying to eat so cheaply that I'm just like, I'll get groceries or something, and that's what I eat for like 3 or 4 days. And I like what I'm eating, but it does get boring doing that. But it saves a lot of money. We got ones all around. Is that it? We only got 3 guesses? Oh, we got a 2 from Amanda. Should we wait for ads before I pull off this massive feat of strength? Oh, God. Nene, can you hear this yawn? Can you hear that? Did you hear that yawn, Nene? They're probably in ads. For all of you in ads right now, you could just subscribe and you won't have to watch the ads you're currently watching. Yeah. Good, Nene, good. There is no escape. Oh, I will. You will yawn. I feel another one coming on. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh my God. You respond with violence to a yawn? You're sick. You're almost as bad as Maddie. Almost. You shouldn't. Maddie's a demon. Maddie's a stream terrorist. Maddie is a stream terrorist. Sorry, we're just waiting for ads before I perform this massive feat of strength that no one in the world can do but me. No one else. By the way, it's going to get really cold by me. I might freeze to death. The high on Friday by me is like -3 or 4. Like temperature. That's not accounting for wind. It's going to be super fucking cold. So I got my heat back working. And it is on currently. But I do also have a space heater now on the way. So I'm going to supplement the downstairs with a space heater. Oh, the cold's awesome, Nene. Yeah, I think I'm barely out of the big snow zone, but I'm in the cold zone. I believe that's the high stoic, and that's not accounting for wind chill. All right, Amanda, not bad. A lot of people would be satisfied with 3. Like Maddie, for example. And Greenbag.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Move this man!
Don't you boo me. How dare you boo me. Okay. All right. Don't you boo me. All right. Get your guesses in for oily points.
Move this man!
Stop it! Get your guesses in for oily points. I don't stink. How many tries? Son of a bitch! Where do you live, Nene? One and done? Get your guesses in if you want oily points. I got the Super Nintendo Power Grip already.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Look at how powerful this grip is. Squeezing. All right, 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, that was easy. God, I'm so strong. All right. The ones have it, which is everybody but Amanda. Oh, you're in Colorado? I didn't know that, Nene. You missed this. How many tries to open up this jar of oil? I'm on a streak of ones because I'm incredibly strong and good looking. You're goddamn right it's rigged. What do I do with my stand oil? It's right there. All right, everybody. Richards.
Fart in your general direction.
And I shit in yours. All right. For anybody who doesn't know stand oil, so with this jar of oil, I've been adding stand oil to this. I also, to anyone who uses my paints, I also add stand oil to my paints in general. And so stand oil on its own is very difficult to use if this was your only medium, because it literally flows like honey. It feels like kind of like a semi-loose honey, which makes it very like sticky. But it's about, you want to just keep like a 1 in, I would say, like a 1 in 20. Like it's about a 5%. You want a stand oil. And the reason why I've been adding this and added to my paint is because of a research paper I read on it. But stand oil greatly helps the flexibility of the oil film, which I showed the other day. If anyone wants to see it in practicality, I can show you what I mean. But it helps with the flexibility of the paint film when it dries to be more flexible so it doesn't crack as much. Oh, thank you, Shasta. Yeah, we got a lot to hand out. Shasta, you got one. Stoic got one. Mudworks got one. Silver Grains got one, too. So just know that at Badly Made Oil Paints, son of a bitch, that's really using up your murders. We take every precaution to make our paints the best. But cost is an object, so I don't necessarily have the ideal machine. But our scientists, I assure you, I'm making my scientists work 14 hours a day, but they don't get paid for overtime. Okay? I assure you I'm committing massive wage theft to get you the best products ever. Okay? I don't think you missed anybody. Yeah, I think you're good, Shasta. Thank you. Okay. All right, we ready? You ready for this? Okay, so the most important part, most defining features of Mr. Kotozakura here are the eyes and eyebrow. So we got to make sure that that line is correct. And it's like at a slight angle, like that. But we have to figure out what width we're using. I would say it's something like that. Maybe that's too severe. And maybe I need to move that right. See, that's kind of the eye line. Not all sumos look alike, Stoic. I don't find there to be a real need for it, for a sketch. But we're going to start off with the darker points. Because what else is important are these fucking eyebrows. These beautiful fucking eyebrows. That might need to be longer. I'm very fancy. I'm a fancy boy. It's a boy with 3 eyes. Yeah, we did 2 a few weeks ago, Stoic. I painted Aonishki, who's the Ukrainian. He just won, he's my favorite wrestler right now. Mostly because he's Ukrainian, but he's also fantastic. He won the last tournament. And he's only 21. So that's in my Discord, Stoic. And then we painted a fan favorite named Uda. So I did 2. I'm going to be doing 2 again. So I'm doing, this is Kotozakura, who's one of the highest rated sumos. And then I'm going to be doing one of the current Yokozuna. Kind of get the eyes in there. The Yokozuna I'm plan on painting is named Hosho Ryu. My pronunciation is not the best. But like what thing did I do that would remind you of this? So I usually go too long on noses. That nostril's way too big. But I gotta keep it relative to the things I've already established. You know what I'm saying, peeps? I am. Welcome in, Madam Secretary. And then let's get in something for the mouth. Probably shorter, like here. Did I scrunch that up too much? Did I scrunch this up too much? Is the question. Maybe a little bit lower. He ate 11. I accept your apology. I'm never do it again. Done. Sold for 300 million oilies. Well, you can, you know what? I would do that, Shasta, because, you know, you can buy oily points, everybody. For any of those who don't know, you do get complimentary oilies for donations. Oh, okay. So that eyebrow is way too long. I know. I know that's the case. Let's do a little bit of the hair. So if that's the eye. Pretty high up. Big forehead. Big forehead. But then if the eye ends like right here, then this should be like right around there. So now I think I made everything too wide. Or I didn't make this high enough, maybe. So if this were the size, then this probably needs to come down. Right around there. Forehead needs to be a lot taller. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this got way too wide. Okay. Time to fix. Time to fix. I don't know how I got so wide with this. Let's bring it back. Okay. Okay, so I got really wide with this. So let's clean this up, huh? That looks really dark, or it's the side of the brush I was using. Hi, Omizu. With burnt sienna? I could have. Omizu. But why waste money on another color? Why waste money on a very narrow color? Okay, that's better. Yeah, that, okay. I'm seeing it. I think I'm seeing it. I don't have a trust fund, though. Lord knows I wish I did. I mean, yeah. I mean, could you imagine the props and studio I'd have if I had a trust fund? I would be in a warehouse that I bought with like 20 skeletons, a full bar setup. You guys don't even know what you're missing out on because I don't have money. That eye is way off. Okay. I make these so far apart. Well, yeah, no, it'd be a combination of real life models and skeletons. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have had a fairly privileged life. I mean, I come from like a nice suburb of Chicago. I had access to good education and stuff, but I had a good I got a college degree, but I don't have trust fund money. Yeah, it would be like literally. It would probably be that, or like Toronto, or like like kind of like one of those like major cities in the United States, but have a really nice place in a good city. Is probably what it would be. Like have a really nice place in an expensive city. Wouldn't that be so cool, Em? Just having like a big warehouse studio. Like kind of like industrial looking. I would love that. If I ever make serious money, that would be the type of place I'd have. Literally a big, wide open room. Like, hopefully, like, I would like it to be a loft, but that wouldn't be obviously a necessity. Definitely, you'll be their secretary. Definitely. I've heard good things about Croatia. That was one of Bourdain's favorite food countries, if you didn't know. So you're saying I shouldn't move to Croatia? That's what you're telling me, M? I shouldn't just pack up and move? Well, M currently lives there, Richards. If you didn't know. I think you do know, but... Hi, Harper. Right here, you think it looks good? I think you're trying to sabotage me, Harper. Yeah. Well, it'd be the same as if you were to come to Chicago or the Chicagoland area, you would probably think like, you know, certain things are cooler than I think they are for similar reasons. Oh, you lived in Croatia too? So I've heard a lot of good things about the food scene in Croatia because apparently they do a lot of wine, they do a lot of cheeses, they have a more locally supported food food system.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I like Koto, Quotenshoff. I don't stink. Neither does Koto. Yeah. Hi, Mono. Hello! Welcome in, bud. Hello! That's my Mrs. Doubtfire. A movie that has aged terribly. I want to move to Florida, and everyone jumps at me. Now I'm thinking about is art base Miami and New Orleans and Miami party culture. I have never heard good things about Miami from somebody who lives there who isn't extraordinarily wealthy. That's kind of the gist of what I get from, you know, Miami and a lot of places in Florida. I think Florida is probably one of the worst states in the country for people who are living at average means. And then you have to deal with like multiple natural disasters per year. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. We are not even close, yo. Oh my God, Todd. Yeah, what's really nice about the Midwest, Jack, I mean, at least in Illinois, near the Great Lakes, is I haven't had a serious natural, like, disaster ever in the entirety of my life. We'll get some big snows, but we don't get, like, we don't get tornadoes, like, where I'm at. We've never had, a serious tornado threat. We'll get some rains, like, some occasional flooding, but nothing that's, like, to the extent of anything you see on the coast. That is awesome, Quotenshoff. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, I mean, you like -9 doesn't scare me at all. I've walked to school in negative weather, Amanda. I used to walk home from wrestling practice in the winter because we had to take showers, so my hair wet. My hair would be all frozen by the time I got home. Like straight up frozen. Am I putting this at too much of an angle? It seems like it. Let's get these eyes worked out. I don't know, it's one of those things that you just get used to. You know? So tornadoes, I've lived in Illinois, northeastern Illinois, and now northern Illinois, I guess, / northwestern Illinois. I have yet to encounter a serious tornado threat in my life. We've had tornado warnings, but never a serious tornado threat. Oh, you absolutely could, Em. The thing is, there are significant stressors in the United States that if you don't have exposure to, that you should not risk it. Specifically healthcare. The healthcare in this country is criminal. And if you don't, I can understand that you might have qualms about the quality of yours, but the fact of the matter is it beats, the risk, the financial stress and risk of bankruptcy that is prevalent in the United States. Yeah, well, it already is. The state has to do it now, Silver. You're in St. Louis. Yeah, in Illinois, Amanda, I have not had one. Oh, are you on the East St. Louis side? Yeah, the taxes are really annoying. I wouldn't say they're as much as a stressor, but, like I said, the difference in social program availability here is downright criminal. Yeah, you're in a rougher area of the country, Amanda. The Pokemon. I'm not familiar with that. But I'm very traveled, obviously. No. God damn it. Hi, Sean. How you doing, bud? I figured it was Amanda. I just, wasn't, familiar with that specific one. Nice. Sean, I'm jealous of you. I've been in the mood for Chinese food. I just don't want to pay for it. I've been in the mood to get, 300 pounds of Chinese food and an overdose on Chinese food. Making, like, his eyes are open more, but it's just interesting. What shape am I missing here to achieve that look? Is it like here? Oh, that's always good news, Silver. I had a Thai place close on me. That really sucked. When I was in college. No shit, Amanda. I'll have to look up that. I'll have to learn about that. Oh, it's awful. That's awful, Monica. I hate moving so much because I had to help so many people fucking move when I was growing up. And I always had to do the worst parts of moving. I was the big lug fucking carrying up dressers upstairs and doing all that bullshit. I'm done with it. I hate it so much. I'm painting pickles. Oh, that's nice, Sean. So free Chinese food. This is what you call painting. This is what you call in the business painting.
Here, here.
Oh, thank you, Mono. Here, here. Yeah, moving. With regards to moving, that sucks. I don't think that's what you're referring to, though. But, there are very few things in this world that I hate more than moving. Yeah, it's just, you know, Monica, I got screwed so many times of having to spend like a whole day getting crazy, sweaty, and exhausted because people didn't like pack well enough. And then I'm like just like carrying like 80-pound to 100-pound things upstairs for a full day. And after having done that like 30 times, you hate the world. And then like sometimes people not getting you food or not paying you. Yep. And then they don't even pay you. And then I didn't volunteer for a lot of those. Son of a bitch, Salt. Let's just say somebody else in my family volunteered my time on my behalf. A lot of trauma with me with that one. Boy, do I hate moving. Thank you, Richard. Hi, Catherine. Yep, that is the worst thing ever, Catherine. Yeah, I've used movers. Thankfully, I don't have any, like, valuable furniture that, like, they could really fuck up that I would be upset about, so. And, like, because, like, the important things I move myself, like my computer, things like that. Why didn't I tell the witch in the woods? I forgot about it at the time. That witch is busy. Yeah, that's really nice. See, here's the thing. Because I dislike moving so much, I never ask my friends for help with that. Because I don't want to put them through the bullshit I was put through. Basically. Not saying there's anything wrong with having friends help you or anything like that. I just could never do it. I won't tell Garg. Is Nova acrylic, Sean? I know the name. I can't. I believe that's acrylic, right? All that's missing is it being true. Sean, we got to get you on them oils, yo. Permanently. Mouth is way too far left. Way too much red. I'm going too red, huh? Going too red. I gotta catch myself. I always do this in this phase where I make shit too red. I gotta settle the fuck down. So that mouth is way too low now. So let's just cover this all up. Cad Red Light is an orangey, is a slightly more orange than Cad Red. Cad Red is more neutral red. So Cad Medium is just neutral red. Cad Red Light has more yellow. Cad Red Hue is just them using different pigments to make the same colors. But they'll use a combination of pigments to make the equivalent. Or sometimes they'll just use one pigment, like Pyro Scarlet, and call it Cad Red Hue because they can charge an extra $10 for it then. Sean, I just use linseed oil like what I'm doing now. I'm just using linseed oil. Like, Sean, have you tried just using linseed oil? Don't use thicket. Just use plain linseed oil, Sean. Sun Thicken will be more like stand oil and it'll be much tougher to use. The best thing you can use on the first layer is just plain linseed oil. Oi! That's right, Mano. Oil. Oi, oi, oil. Well, what do you mean clash with your temperament? Explain it to me like I'm a giant buffoon idiot. So Sun Thickened is in the process of becoming stand oil, Sean. I can feel it down in my plums. Sun Thickened is like a process in which you can get something akin to stand oil. However, if you buy it from like a hardware store, they usually add dryers to it, which is not good. Not good. Oil those plums. You better believe it. So, like, you know, I'm just impatient and heavy hands, so if I try to oil paint at my preferred pace, I make a huge mess. I think, you know, I don't think that's a problem with the oil shot. This is not me saying it's like a problem in general, but I would suspect that I would take that as, like, being accustomed to a lot of mediums simultaneously, that, like, there's always kind of like a relative, like your relative, what you're accustomed to relative at the time. Feel it down in my plums. I would suggest like giving it a real college try over several paintings. Without using, and Sean, are you using only bristle brushes when you do it, or are you using the soft brushes too? We did, Stoic. We're talking about oiling up. Are you sure you don't want the oil? A little more red on noses. Yeah, I mean, I largely agree with that, Sean. I think if you, I think though, and I'm biased, of course, so like, I think if you were working primarily with oils, you wouldn't, I think you would lose that feeling fairly quickly. That's just my opinion. You know, when I first used oils, because I painted miniatures with acrylics, you know, it felt like a completely alien world, obviously. That's what got me to paint my first oil painting in the first place, is I'm like, hey, I don't, like, these feel weird and I don't know how they work, so I'm going just to do an oil painting. I've never gone back. I got the bug. I was infected. A virus. I hope somebody understood that. Or else I must sound crazy. And I am not crazy. Stop calling me crazy. Like that Aerosmith song. With that interesting music video. Fair enough, Odorous. Does anyone remember that music video to Crazy? My God. What a time to be alive. How do you make that music video with your own daughter? So there's a band called Aerosmith. Well, so you know, Sean, I keep my brushes in oil, so I don't even clean my brushes, and no solvents are a part of any of my process. There's a band called Aerosmith with lead singer Steven Tyler, whose daughter was Liv Tyler, or better known as Arwen from Lord of the Rings. And they created a music video with Alicia Silverstone and Liv Tyler that was very horny. But very popular. I would say for people around my age or older, it's a music video that kind of everybody knows. Honestly, Yambari, do you think people who are younger than, let's say, 22 really know Aerosmith well? I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep 'cause I miss you, babe. And I don't want to miss a thing. Stop it. Just stop it. Don't use gal kids. Whew, Sean. Gal kids are a no. I'm not a big fan of Aerosmith. I never really have. My brother had some of their albums, though. It was different times, Odorous. Oh, fuck you, Salt. Stop putting songs in your head. I will not. I will not.
That's worth.
You bastards. You remember how sad it was when Bruce Willis sacrificed himself instead of Ben Hoofleck? Remember how sad that scene was? Thank you, Mono. Mono appreciates it. It was a good video. It was a good video. I mean, all right, if you're looking to ogle Liv Tyler and Alicia Silverstone, watch the music video to Crazy. That's all I got to say about that. Kind of awesome, but also, like, it's one of those things that you're like, okay, that's pretty cool, but, like, you're going to feel gross afterwards. Well, especially as you get older. I'd say if you're young, you got a free pass on that one. But that one doesn't age well, I'll say. Yeah, no, yeah. You should, like, if you're aware of it, don't rewatch it. Don't. And now I'm just thinking about all of, like, the weird perverts who still watch it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you don't feel gross being greasy, if you don't feel gross after watching the music video to Crazy, you should be on a list. If you're, like, you know, I'd say 30 and above. I'd say even 26 and above. I mean, I think "Dream On" is a pretty damn good song. I just, like, I don't think they, like, there's not, like, "Dude Looks Like a Lady," I'm not a fan of. Yeah, it's one of those things. They actually, I'm surprised how at the time they seemed more impactful than they were, or more iconic. If that makes sense. Like, I thought they were going to be a bigger deal. I do not remember that one, no. Ragdoll? I can't think of that at all. Because Aerosmith was huge. Oh my god, Yamboree. What's wrong with Galkid? It's made from resin, Sean. Resins yellow faster and degrade faster. So they're really bad for archival properties. Not to mention the fumes. What did I... My favorite story is how Liv Tyler learned she has a half sister. She was at her dad's con. Well, and also, like, you know, Steven Tyler, like, basically readily admitted to, like, kind of being a sex pervert in the bad way. And he kind of seemed to have gotten a pass from everybody on that. From being a sex pervert. Oh, that's I didn't know that about that, Salt.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, hooray! Andrea, welcome in. What do I owe this pleasure? I don't want to close my eyes. Welcome in. Post those links before I get pissed. I better see some links or I'm burning this place to the ground. Uh-oh, I'm lighting the match. Oh, Bill Burr? I didn't know that was Bill Burr. Holy shit. Man, did Bill Burr have a real quick fall from grace, huh? All right, I'm burning it down. You did this, Andrea. You did this. I'm burning it all down. I'm doing it right now. Oh my God. Cause even when I cry, the sweetest dreams will never do. Cause I still miss you, babe. And I don't wanna miss a thing. But welcome and thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. We are painting a portrait of Kotozakura and Ozeki Sumo, who's currently, I believe, at 7 and 4 in the current Basho. Somewhere around there. Had some disappointing losses. Good. Thank you, Maddie. All right. Maddie didn't want me to burn down my place. Okay. That's odd. That's surprising, Maddie. Yeah, oh yeah, that was the other thing. I think Liv Tyler was underage. That's right. In the filming of Crazy. Yep. And boy, was that a sexually charged music video. Everybody go follow Andrea Arts. Andrea posts like 6 to 7 times per day of high quality content on Instagram. Highly recommend. They, like I said, they post more than anybody I'm aware of. Okay. So if you follow them, you will have no shortage of content. Well, so, all right, here's the thing, Sean. Sean, you could use pigments that naturally dry faster. Okay? So, linseed oil, are you not using linseed oil either, or are you using other oils? Cause even when I try, the sweetest dream I never do, I still miss you, babe. And I don't wanna miss a thing. Maybe nose a little bit bigger. They don't need to behave here, helpful doodles. Wait, let me get my camera first. Maybe the nose now is too high. Yeah, opposite. Just Gamblin' refined linseed oil for everything, including brush cleaning. Yeah. So, Sean, this is a situation where you can use... So, Sean, would you believe me if this would be dry to the touch in 2 days? Would you believe me if I told you that? Do you believe? Believe this is my dream come true, and I never thought I had a family is you. Now I can see this is for me, it's true. That's so slow. 2 days? 2 days? That's too slow for you? Well, if that's your time frame, Sean, then yeah, then you should just be using acrylics. But if that's your issue, because there's not a real healthy way to have it dry faster than that with oils. Yeah. I believe. 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 Okay. It's alright. It's alright? It's alright. Heading home from work. Have it going, y'all. Thank you, Amanda. Get home safe or else. If you don't get home safe, I don't know what might happen. And yes, that is a legally binding threat. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I could argue Liquid. No, Liquid has resonated too. Liquid is not a good thing to use either. It just isn't. Sean, like, you know, like how I advocate how most mediums are bullshit. Most mediums just use like basically a different combination of like 6 different things. And they tell you that it does all these magically different things when it doesn't. They're just trying to sell you like $3 of ingredients for 20. They do it pretty successfully. I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. So I'm missing like the angle, all right, of this cheek. We'll fix that. It's like, so this comes up more straight like this. Okay. Well, you know, the big reason, well, there's nothing to hate, Sean. Like, you know, this is not like I use oils because they have superior properties. Hi, Aguilar. Arce Aguilar. They, you know, oil paints they last longer. They like they're more archival, they last longer. It can hold a higher density, I guess is the way to say it, of pigment, so you can have cleaner mixes. You don't have like the same opacity issues or transparency issues because of the amount of water in acrylics. I would say it's much more straightforward with regards to mediums. I get, you know, they're not more toxic. Solvents are more toxic, true, but once again, as I, you know, advocate and demonstrate, you don't need solvents. You don't need solvents to do any of this. Sean, do you want to know the last time I used a solvent in any part of my painting, including like cleaning brushes? I can tell you the exact painting. How about this? Everyone just uses whatever they want and we don't go rage bait. I'm not, how am I rage baiting anything? M. Well, then that is this one of the that's why oils became popular, because they are ideal for that. Sean is not rage baiting me. M. Sean is not rage baiting me. I believe. No, Sean's been here a lot, Monica. He's been here a few times and we've had discussions like this. I welcome discussions like this. I welcome it, Monica. So you're probably not using enough oil or medium. You should avoid painting on, well, was it a prime surface, Aguilar? I mean, it is and it isn't, Sean. Like, if, for example, if you use lead white, it wouldn't be a big exercise in patience. This is a healthy discussion, Monica. But I appreciate you looking out. Nope, that's too much. Too much. Too low. Too much. Thank you, Monica. I punch a lot of drywalls. It's like a book. Let's see. Well, okay, so Aguilar, I'll say this. Here, Aguilar, wait 1 second. Let me get you an example. So if you're using on paper and it's not primed, then yes, it will suck in the oil and it'll become very dry. So this is what I'm painting on right now here. This is a canvas pad, and notice that it says triple primed. Triple primed right there, right? So that means that there's a layer between the fibers. Here, there's a layer of priming so that the fibers don't absorb the oil. And it's even worse on paper. If the paper isn't primed appropriately, the oil will sink in and it'll just leave your pigment. So that's probably what's happening for you. So I would just ensure, this is a good, I've been using these canvas sheets for a while. This, for 10 sheets, it's like $10 or $9 for 10 sheets. I've enjoyed this specifically. There's nicer ones, like Centurion makes canvas pads as well. But I would make sure, like, if you're doing that, I would just make sure you're getting something that's properly primed. Okay. Do you live in the United States, Aguilar, or do you live somewhere else? Do you live outside of the United States, or do you live in the United States? Because I could send you you live in Mexico? Okay. No worries. I was gonna send you an Amazon link. But you might be able to, I don't know, because I know Amazon has different websites for different countries, so I don't know how to send you the Mexican one, but if you search U.S. art supply, I'm sure that you can find that in Mexico. Okay. Oh, you just moved? Okay. Well, welcome from Mexico. Southern neighbors. I know America's a hellhole right now, and I apologize for that. That is not my fault. That is mainly somebody named Maddie's fault. Unfortunately. Oh my God. You can gesso on the paper. You can absolutely do that. Just make sure you do thinner layers and make sure it's dried. Have a good one, Em. See you soon. It is very crazy. I hate it. My country's full of demons. That's ruining it for everybody. Still don't have the likeness yet. Got some aspects of it. Yep. But yeah, Aguilar, don't hesitate. I'll answer any questions you have, okay? Don't hesitate to ask. I'm happy to answer in any way I can that will help you out. You can use acrylic paint, but some people don't want to. Oh, I would just say though, Aguilar, that oil painting on paper is not a great way to do it, because paper just will degrade so much faster. So I would recommend, getting, if you're just looking for casual stuff, canvas sheets. I understand wanting a notebook, but maybe find a canvas sheet notebook could also be an option. It doesn't need to be thicker, no. It just needs a cover. You can use acrylic primer, absolutely, or acrylic gesso. Oh, thank you, Drew Holt. Will Bristol board hold up? Would you mind putting a link to what you're looking at, Sleepyhead? A bit stoic. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people who like it. I personally don't. It's just, you are sacrificing, longevity with using paper, with oils specifically. You just are. Now, if you're selling it, people should understand that paper is a sacrifice, but, if I would say, as a matter of, if you care about your work lasting long, then I would avoid it. But if you're just practicing, doodling, if you're doodling, it's not, it's not it's not terrible, obviously. I know Kadima does it. Everybody. Yeah, I made that angle too much, but maybe it's because I didn't do this. Yeah, exactly, Mud. Yep. See, Mud? For anybody who doesn't know, Mud is going to start an oil painting career that dwarfs mine very soon. Mud is an expert on oil paints and pigments. Mud, I want you to know, I want a lot of you to know that most of you probably know more than a good amount of the people who work at oil painting companies. Okay? I want you all to understand that. What's going on? Do I need to move this eye more? That's true. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult, Mud. It is Sleepyhead. Sorry, Sleepyhead, did you post the thing? Did you Can you post me example of the Bristol board you're talking about, Sleepyhead, so I can let you know? Understand it, Nicholas. You made paint almost exclusively on raw paper now. He's look. That's like, yeah, it's that's a terrible combination, Sean. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, well, this is part of it, Sean, is when the reason I got into our material so much is because I noticed that most artists who were doing shit online were using materials that were like, that were contrarian to the, what's the right way of saying this? That ran different than what was recommended from people who clearly knew what they were talking about, essentially. Who were basing their, like, you know, once again, I come from a technical background. And so it's like people citing technical information, and there are these people who, you know, consistently seem to not know what they were, or not citing evidence, and they're using the term "I feel" a lot, which does not sprinkle and sparkle with me. It does not sprinkle and sparkle with me. If you're arguing with me and your thing is like, well, I feel this is the case, that's not going to work as evidence for me, against me. Good. All right, let me take a look at this. Thank you, Sleepyhead. I'm taking a look right now, bud. Smooth surface. Okay. So this is not primed. Yeah. This is not primed, Sleepyhead, so that would not work with oils. It would not work with oils. So, but if you were to, okay, so here's the thing, all right? You could gesso it and oil paint on it. You could gesso it, but you would still run into issues doing so. Okay? Point being is, it won't be archival. It won't, no, it will degrade over time in a way that you can't stop. Yeah, I mean, you know, I get it. I just like, it bothers me, Sean. I don't like, I guess I'm saying is I don't think that's a good enough reason. But, you know, they can obviously do what they want. Hmm. Suspicious. Yeah. Well, and it will also, the acrylic and the oils will destroy it. Just straight up. So just so you know, oil and acrylic degrades paper and wood. That's why they use sealants, and that's why modern sealants are much better for priming. Like a lot of modern adhesives, PVAs provide a lot of stability for your surface if you seal them with that. You know, before using. Right? But there's only so much paper can take relative to canvas or wood. Y'all get what I'm saying here? Wood, I mean, paper is not as rigid as is not as rigid of a structure as wood or canvas. So doing more stuff to it does not benefit it a lot. So yes, like you could gesso and you could even seal it with glue, but it will warp, which will strain the oil layer. It will do things like that. That will put it in a worse position in the long term. So I think when there's canvas sheets available, hi, art by Roshita. So point being is, if you're interested in having like a notebook of oil paintings, what I would recommend is literally buying canvas sheets and 3-hole punching these bad boys, or poking a hole in them and putting them in a binder. I think that's a better solution. Now you like leave it so it can be cut off, right? So you'd use a smaller portion of that. That's what I would recommend. A lot of art buys. Nothing wrong with, well, I don't know if there is or not, but. Yeah, I would, Centurion, like you could like, Roshita, you could also buy a canvas roll. I'm going to be stretching my own canvases soon. And I have a canvas roll, and you could just cut those down to the same sizes and create your notebook. There's a lot of options we got, right? We get to be, we can be creative with it. We can be creative with it, right? I know painting is not a creative endeavor, everybody. I know this, okay? We can all agree that painting is not a creative endeavor. But that doesn't mean we can't do creative things. Exactly, Richards. That's why we're really big into AI here. We're really big into AI. We love it here. Okay. You know, I created, you know, my last setup was created with AI, obviously. The lights are no longer on. But, you know, I created my last setup with AI. Right? That's all AI right there. God damn it. Big into AI. Right? I'm creating all these oh yeah, who wants to see a paper mache update, huh? Anyone want a paper mache update? Let's see. All right, we got the chin going on this guy. I'm gonna make the chin pointier still, but I've built up the chin now a few times in drawing. So we got this guy on the way. Yep. Truly horrifying, yes. Okay, all right. I've connected this mushroom to the base. Here, wait. So this mushroom has a base now. So you can see I'm going to paint this one purple. I'm going to paint this one purple. So it's like, you know, a more conical one with the base. But I've connected that, so I don't have a great way of showing y'all right now this one, but so we got this mushroom too. I've showed you the other mushroom. Yep, more phallus related stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, I also so I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I also just make like obviously mushrooms are super easy to do, but so I created like another a base that I could use for whatever. I have something that I might be turning into an eye. So this could be another sphere. Oh, this isn't dried as much as I thought it would. But you know, this is just like a half sphere that I gotta do another layer on after it dries. And then I'll take that off and maybe do another half, and I don't know. I could create something with that, or I could do it, you know, another mushroom. Who knows? Or a penis. So, I've already used over a half a gallon of Elmer's glue, everybody. I've already used over a half gallon of Elmer's glue. With all of this. There's a couple other things that I have something, like I said, I think I'm turning into an eye. But there's other things I need to figure out what I want to do with. All right, we're going to put away the oil because now we don't need to use the oil. So yeah, that's the state of paper mache. That is the state of paper mache, everybody. If you have suggestions, I want to make a big eyeball. I have a sphere that I need to clean up. Like, it's not like a perfect sphere. It's too lumpy. But I want to make like a good sphere and make a good eyeball. And then I think I might make like an elf-size humanoid figure. But I haven't bought the cost clay yet, but I think I'm going to. For like faces of shit. A Venus flytrap could be cool. That's a good suggestion, actually. That is doable. Huh. Because you could get like fake vines for that too. Interesting. Good one, Roshita. Good one. Roshita. There you go. Good one. But there was more yellow in that. Penis flytrap? Yeah. Well. Mine would, Silver Grains. My penis flytrap will last forever. So like, how do I do a penis fly trap? So would I do like a mushroom, but like it splits down the top and opens and it has teeth? You know what? That could be pretty terrifying. Who's giving me ideas? Who's responsible for this? Mud, they're giving me ideas again. Mud, I can't be held responsible for this. What they're doing. Oh no! I can't be held responsible for where my mind's going. That sounds I know it does, Mono, doesn't it? See, I'm literally envisioning a mushroom that's like at the top of it, it's like cut down the middle, but then it opens up to have all these teeth in it. So like a mushroom monster that's very, once again, penis-y looking. You know? Or you just do it with a penis. Who cares, right? But I'm sure that's like a trauma thing, right? For any of you who are familiar with trauma movies. Listen, I got penises on the brain, everybody, okay? I got penises on the brain. Did you try? Oh, yeah, this one.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not, Carlos. You can try and stop me. You can try. Have a good one, Mono. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Hope you've been well. We gotta get to, like, this angle has oddly been very important to the likeness. I feel like I'm continually making the eyes too narrow. Yeah, it's a fair point, Shasta. Fair point. Well, that's why we're going to embrace AI. Because AI can do anything, right, Shasta? I mean, I obviously, you know, as a big proponent of AI like myself, right? You would agree with me that AI is the future.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We are. As AI supporters, we are being repressed. As the rampant AI supporters that we all are here, right? Obviously, Art Twitch very into it. Can you believe all these people getting mad at Elon Musk for the AI that he flaunts is responsible for tons of, I believe it's CSAM material? How is he responsible for this? Because, you know, obviously, you know, he can, but he doesn't want to restrict people's free speech. Obviously.
Shame!
Right? We should shame them. That he, you know, now that Grok is the biggest peddler of CSAM material, we should shame those people who want to get rid of it. I don't know if anybody's heard about that, but it's fucking gross. If you're not up to date on that, and you like Elon, you should seriously look up that stuff. Not the stuff itself, but learn about that situation. Jesus Christ.
Fuck those fucking fuckers.
You know, it's just odd that like people, you know, are you know, who would try and hide, or, you know, who would try and hide and support CSAM material? Okay, who would try and cover up that? Elon sure doesn't, right? Who would do that? And the people responsible for it. Nobody would do that. It's ridiculous. You know, it's not like there's like, you know, a whole network of, you know, powerful Republicans. Exactly. You know, why do people care about this? We know that they have our best interest. It is good. I'm glad, you know, I'm glad you're brave enough to say it. We need more patriots like you, Richards. I wonder if anybody believes me, like believes that I think what I'm saying out loud. Does anyone think that anybody has actually thought that about me when I go on these rants? You believe me? Okay. Well, I know that's why you're here. He kind of looks like one of those, he looks like a geisha right now, doesn't he? I'm appalled. I know. Is it me, or does Kodo look like a geisha right now? Hell no. And I know you love your My Pillows, okay? And I know you're subscribed to that failing TV network, right? That Dr. Phil created. I know you got burned on that, okay? But did you all know how much of a grifter Dr. Phil was, by the way? I watched a video on that fucker, on that fucking son of a bitch. His grift goes back a long time. The good ones, Todd. That's one large geisha. Oh my god, Todd. I mean, the fucking bum fights guys called him on in his grift decades ago, yeah. Well, you know, like he created a business down in Texas before all this shit where he sold like lifetime contracts for shit. I forget for what though. And then he sold a company and took away the guarantees. It was something like that, right? Like he's a real horrible piece of shit. If you want to go down an interesting rabbit hole, there's some people who've done some deep dive essays on him. What was the child trafficking stuff, Stoic, that I'm unaware of? I thought I did, but I don't. I can't recall that in my head. Behind the Bastards. Is that a YouTube channel? Okay, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Did they do an episode on Maddie yet? No shit. Why would we need that, Maddie? Well, we do. We do have an eye roll emote, actually. Yeah, Oprah's a big piece of shit, too. Maddie, where is it? There we go. We have an eye roll. Oh, it's not bad, Carlos. Why would you do that every time I say your name? I don't get it. What have I said that would be worthy of that? You are a stream terrorist. Excuse me. You are clearly a stream terrorist. Who thinks Maddie's a stream terrorist? Oh, I got ads starting. I do need to pee. I do need to pee. And as they say in the business, drop a bomb. Go piss boy. Oh, little piss boy. They are unfortunately stream terrorizing. Go piss boy, go piss boy, go piss boy, go piss boy. That's harder to say than I thought. I hope somebody understood that reference. Go piss boy, go piss boy, go piss boy, go piss boy, go. Does anyone know that reference? Thank you, Mudworks. From the Go Ninja Rap, thank you. The greatest song ever created. Okay. Let's all go take our government allotted poops. Okay. I just started pooping, but we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Ads running. It was TMT2 Secret of the Ooze. That is correct, Catherine. All right, we'll see everybody in 5. Oh my god, we're back. Poop your pants. Startling. Prank. Loud noises. I'm guessing all of you pooped your pants. I don't believe that there is one pair of uncharted pants right now. Go ninja, go ninja, go. Go ninja, go. We ready to get back to painting, everybody? I know you're all following along because I've been explaining what I'm doing very well. We know this. Go ninja, go ninja, go, go ninja. That's right, dance. Maybe a little bit brighter on that. A little brighter and redder. Just happened. And once again, if anybody has any questions, I will answer any question. And I have never been wrong in my life. Except a few times. All right? I am also the single most humble person in the world. Where do you find the audacity? It comes very easily, Mud. Listen, Mud. You know that Blazing Tachi would be an instant bestseller. Now, you might legitimately get assassinated by the JRA. Or is it the JSA? The JSA, right? Or the JRA? You might legitimately get death threats. The JSA. You might legitimately get death threats, but it would be a hell of a book. And it would make Sumo more popular. Oh, you'd at least be a billionaire. There'd be movies. There'd be TV shows. You don't think the author of Heated Rivalry got a good bag from this? Because I think you could, I don't think you would have to sell rights. I think if you went into it, Mud, like not trying to make money from the book, but from like future stuff, then yes, you could make the bag. You have to hold on to creative rights. Yeah. You have to be like George Lucas. You need back end. Don't have the look yet, everybody. We don't have the look of an Ozeki yet. Did you, oh yeah, Mud, so, alright. Are you caught up on Sumo from yesterday? So, Onosato's match, very interesting if you saw him lead with his good shoulder, and he still has such fucking power to just bulldoze that dude. Hoshoryu and Takayasu, that move by Hosh was insane. And man, did Takayasu go flying. It was so casual. Like, he just, like, he was so confident in the move, right? Like, it was like Hosh's technical ability and the ability to, like, the ability to handle Tachi eyes as well as he does. Like, I'm amazed by how well Hosh, and specifically Hosh and Aonishiki, handle the Tachi eyes against these, like, humongous guys, and how good their hands are with that, like, in being able to just stop it and then start doing all the technical shit they do. They are in such a class of their own, where, like, Onosato is like very, I think Onosato relies on athleticism and strength, where, like, Hosh and Aonishiki are, like, just, like, hyper technicians. Because Hosh is dealing with his injury very well. Yep, Yami got a win. Atami Fuji in the lead. So it's Abi, who's had a very easy schedule, though. Abi and he does, like, I love Koto, but man, does he have some matches where he just comes out and he just doesn't have it. Where he just has no sauce. And I wish, because I feel like he could be like on Onosato, and he's kind of close. It's same with, like, really it's Yoshino Fuji and Koto are very similar with, like, it's like day to day whether they're just gonna eat shit or just, like, kick ass. Yeah, I was like, you know, it just seemed like one of those freak things too. Like, you know, obviously Aonishiki didn't do anything that, like, you know, do it, but he looked really good. He was looking really good this tournament. Yeah, he just crossed up, and I think do you know what the injury is for sure, Mud, or have you heard anything? Because I haven't watched any of it yet. Not a clue. Yeah. There was a lot of people just getting, like, thrown the fuck out of the ring the last 2 days. Okay, that helps a lot. Shishi had a bit of a disappointing loss yesterday. Kirishima lost again. So I don't think Kirishima's in the running anymore. Yeah. I think I heard somebody say that too, or in the chat talk about it. I didn't like see that, but they usually don't do a lot of replays with injuries. But oh yeah, I just lost his match. Did you see that the big guy his match went to the full 4 minutes, and I didn't know that they just have to redo it if that happens. That was the first time I ever saw that. The ultimate DPS check. That guy is huge. I think so too. You know what disappoints me though, and you even see this in sometimes even in the group too, where you feel like there's guys who are just too either practicing technique on specific things too much, and they don't feel like they're actively trying to climb. And I can get that sentiment. It just seems odd. It just seems odd, but I am so accustomed to like American sports culture where it's like you have parents killing each other at like Pee-wee games over competitive shit. So it is an interesting difference in culture regarding competition. But it's like hard for me to like overcome that though. That viewpoint. Yeah, and it definitely seems that way, especially obviously in groups 5 and 4. But I'm always surprised when you got people in group 3 on the brink of it, or on group 2, where it's just like they just like give up on some matches, or they're just like they just don't seem to have any intensity. So like I can see the reasoning why. I just like it just though it baffles me if that's like your profession, you know, kind of not going for it, but maybe there like there could be other reasons. I could see though there being a lot of familial pressure. Like for, you know, how it's like lineage related where guys might be doing it who have no interest. Because isn't even Koto, wasn't Koto's father a Yokozuna? His grandfather was? Okay. Koto has my favorite entrance, or like, you know, Hosh is really good. Did you see the stare down between Takayasu and Hosh? Oh, it's giving me fucking chills last night. They were playing that shit up so much. It was great. Like it was just wonderful. And I don't think there's any bad blood there or anything, but yeah, that's what I like about Takayasu. Takayasu comes across as such like an old grizzled vet. You know what I mean? But like he like matches energy a bit. But like, because I could definitely see Takayasu being like kind to people, but also match the intensity. Not in the match or anything, but he definitely hypes it. You know, he's really good. Boy, does Takayasu slap the shit out of people, though. All right, let's see her. Oh, that is really... That's such a cute photo. Especially because he has such a wide jaw. And her jaw is so narrow. That is an adorable photo. My God. No wonder he's a wife guy. I loved learning about that yesterday. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know how tall Takayasu is. Oh, that one's great. Oh, that's fantastic. Especially because he's wide. He's like a wide guy too, so it's like he's not necessarily I mean, I'm sure he's tall, but not like tall like Anasato or something. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that. Those are cute photos. I love the tradition of them holding babies, though. That is so fucking funny. I guarantee you it was just like, somebody's like, this is hilarious. These like 400-pound behemoths like just like holding like a 10-pound baby is hilarious to look at. So we're just going to call this Lucky. He's 6'2"? Okay, yeah. It's so freaking cute. Because, like I said, I think it's just something that, like, everybody just thinks is, like, hilarious to see. Right? And I bet you the Sumos love it, too. And it's just like, okay, we're going to make up some reason why people want to do this. Or can do this. Oh, is that what they do? That's awesome. See, it's like that's something like we're kind of touching on something on why sumo is so entertaining to me, because I've seen very few sports that are legitimately as like physically brutal or can be as brutal as sumo, but like everything else about the sport and culture is not meant to be like brutal. It's supposed to, like, you get what I'm saying? Like the stoicism, the like, you know, they're not like, there's not taunting. Like every other sport that is like this brutal, they like, you know how UFC brings in like taunting and shit like that. Yeah. Fine. The Rikishi. The Rikishi. I'm still adjusting. I'm still culturally adjusting. Sumo Tori or sumo wrestlers. I need more yellow. Or I could just call him Rikishi. You're much better on the terminology than I am at the moment. Also, I love that there's a thirst trap section of the Discord mod. I have gone on there too several times. Yeah, it's the best part. It is a very entertaining part of that Discord. How much snow are people supposed to be getting, Todd? But Mud, I've also accepted that, frankly, this is now just a part of my life every 2 months, where I'm going to be staying up late to watch Sumo. Like, this is just now, this is life now. I enjoy it too much. Like, I haven't been, like, the tenseness you get out of Sumo, like, I'm rooting for A Nishiki. I'm, like, nervous every single match. Yeah, that it is. 2 feet. Oh, Virginia is getting that much? It's really for real numbers? I do like that so much, Mud, because, like, I have there are several parts of the year for me where there are sports lulls. Like, pretty soon, when football's done, we do have basketball playoffs starting, like, a few months after, but we're in a little bit of a lull of, like, something really interesting going on. And then, like, after basketball playoffs and hockey playoffs, just regular season baseball. So Sumo is going to be really good for that. Sumo's going to be really good for the D-gens like me. I got to dial in the eyebrows too. Well, and good news, I got my heat working again, everybody. So my place is not going to be like 30 degrees on Friday. 18 that little? That's tiny, Salt. Jeez. My God. What is it? Snow for ants? Thank you, Richard. And that's my one allowed Zoolander reference of the year. We haven't had any looting of the bodies today. Somebody got one last stream, though. Yeah, I'm not... People love that film. I am not a Zoolander boy. I'm not usually a fan of what people use for like references to like make themselves seem funny. You hate both of them, huh? I don't hate Will Ferrell. I don't hate either of them. I think Ben Stiller in Heavyweights is like one of the funniest things ever. Oh yeah, it'd be a huge problem. Like, to people who deal with snow regularly, that photo of that Georgia highway where there's like an inch and a half of snow and there's like a car on fire and several crashes is still like a very humorous photo to us Northerners. It was, yeah, right? It was legitimately like 1 inch of snow, right? And there's like a car on fire. It's so funny. Like, I remember when I was my freshman year of college, it was in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and we got a huge snowstorm. And they just lay down sand in rural areas. They just lay down sand, if y'all don't know that, on top of the snow so you can get more traction. But like, traffic was still moving with that shit because people are just used to it. Like, they didn't even plow the streets. They just laid down sand. A foot, yeah. A foot's a good amount. Because I remember being jealous. My sister went to school at Vanderbilt in Nashville, Tennessee. And her whole campus classes got canceled for a half-inch snow and 30 degrees. A half-inch snow and 30 degrees. They canceled classes across the entire campus. I went to Marquette in Milwaukee. They literally didn't cancel class when we had 8 inches one day. The next day, we were set to get another foot, and it was snowing, and they didn't it was snowing hard when classes were going, and they didn't cancel classes. Yeah, that makes sense, Salt. That's a good idea, Mud. Cardboard works really well for that too, frankly. It'll be a lot heavier though, probably, than tarp. Or foam board. Foam board works really well with that. Yeah, that makes sense. But I love a good blizzard as long as it's not dangerous. Obviously, I don't like, there are serious like human implications to bad weather. So like, I can't blatantly say that I always like heavy snow, but there is like, I love being cozy and like my home when it's like, snowing a lot and you got nothing to do. Love that feeling. Oh. Yeah, exactly. But like, obviously, if it was a problem for like, obviously if I lived in an area where it's like people are struggling and it's like it costs them work and money, I feel a lot different about it in those cases. Frankly, though, I'm just really glad I got my heat working again. Because if I didn't, I did have a space heater on the way, but it would have been a rough... It would have been a rough weekend. And I would have been worried about my, my pipes breaking. Well, it's the weirdest thing. So when I got this place, Mud, it had one of those Google Home thermostats, which I hate, and I never connected it to Wi-Fi because I don't want to connect that shit to my Wi-Fi. But it would still work, and then suddenly it just like kept on restarting and it wouldn't work. And then I didn't call anybody about it, and I didn't do anything stuff. But then I heard about this like the power shit. Or not the power, the big cold coming. And I'm like, okay, I need to address this. So then I tried restarting it. There wasn't like a clear way to do that. I was looking into how to do a factory reset on that shit. But then I charged it. I charged it with, it had that weird not the USB-C cable, but the other one. And then that seemed, so I'm worried though that it's not charging while it's on the thing. That's what I'm worried about. So I'm like, I got it working, but I'm worried it's going to lose power again constantly. But I have a space heater that should be in tomorrow. But I'm probably going to run the space heater anyways, just for my downstairs. Because my downstairs is legitimately like 15 to 20 degrees colder than it is in my upstairs. So my nose is really off. That's like, I think that's what's like the big issue I got going on. And so like if I'm aligning it correctly with the eyebrow, the nose line is like here. But then does this eye need to move in more? Probably. Yeah, I had that in my last place. I had something like that. Silver. And I wish I had... I don't like Wi-Fi connected shit. I think our left eyebrow needs to be coming closer. Yeah, you're right. I see that. You right. Yep. I see it now. It's funny how you could just like say, like, somebody can notice that one thing and it's just like, okay, I see it now. That seemed to help quite a bit. That cutoff too. But now I think I gotta move the inside a little bit farther. Or make it more powerful. Power. Like that. Power! Meat! I love how their surveys are like, it's like literally like little kids writing that shit. It's so cute and funny. It's very humanizing. Like, they do a much better job, you know, relative favorite hobby, sleeping. Yeah, right. I like, you know what they do so much better than American sports is they make them, how they do their broadcast is so much more relatable in a human sense than like, and it could also be because of the money difference too of sumo and like, you know, the NFL, but like, you know, NFL players seem like more alienish than sumos do to me, or than the Rikishi do. The Rikishi. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Maybe should have done more orange with that. Okay, I think I see another thing that's off. Kind man, this is a Ozeki ranked Rikishi or sumo wrestler named Kotozakura. And he's got the people's eyebrow. He has some of the best entrances you'll see. He's a big salt thrower. A bit, yeah. He's a fan favorite. He's He's very likable. And he's good. He's very good. Big boy. And that's a boy with 4 eyes. A big salt. I love the big salt guys. I like when they're showmen. I love when they're Hugh Jackmans, okay? Yeah. Well, same with like Anishki. Anishki, it's like there are people who just don't give a shit about the salt, clearly. Literally just, yeah, just a tiny pinch. But I mean, Ura's show is just all in the ring. Like 2 nights ago, Mud, that turnaround pull on the arm. I think he's definitely hurt. But boy, does he know how to does he know how to. I hope he doesn't fall too far down, but he's had the single most. Him and Yams have had brutal schedules. Just brutal. Because I still don't understand how they create their schedules. Because it's like Abi's not bad, but he's had such an advantage in this basho, like with his schedule relative to like Ura or Yams or I mean, for Christ's sake, the Yokozuna. I don't know how they determine that, because like I could see somebody getting like a very easy route to winning, or like could a lower rank just not win it? Okay. Because, like, I don't think Shishi's bad, but I don't think Shishi is that good. But he's benefited from, like, a lesser than schedule. Yeah. Where it's just like Ura has literally probably faced every single one. And now he was what, like Mega Share 2? People watch what? Sumo? Sumo's awesome, dude. Sumo has been some of the most entertaining. I watch a lot of sports. Penman, I am legitimately a sports ball boy. I can watch any sport. And Sumo has easily been some of the most entertaining on a day-to-day basis that I have encountered. No, they just like they have like their personality shows through. So it's like they have guys like there's a lot of rituals in it, Penman. And so you get to see them like, but they're supposed to be stoic, but it's still it's still basically a combat sport. So you still get to see some of like their personalities and stuff show through without it being just a big dick contest that like American sports or a lot of other sports turn into, right? Like the bullshit MMA stuff. Oh man, give it a try. Midnight Sumo. That's all I can say. Give it a try. It so much, and it's so refreshing from somebody who's consumed so much westernized sports. Like, even like the commercials, right, are just like how they do commercials. They're not like sponsored by Taco Bell or Chicken Fuckers or something. It's worth it. It's worth it, Carlos. You should get to know that guy. That's all. That sounds like somebody who knows what's up. Okay, mix your paints, ladies and gentlemen. But I don't know how much sports you watch, Penman, but like I said, I am a sports pervert. All right? Straight up. I'm as big of a pervert as it goes for sports, pretty much that you could find. And sumo is some of the most entertaining. Oh, fuck. Sorry, Sean. You said fuck the Dodgers. Sorry, Sean. I actually missed the fuck the Dodgers comment. I apologize. You watch the Puppy Bowl? That's good watching. I apologize. I missed your comment. The chat's in a weird spot for me because when I have a photo reference, I have to change how I look at things. Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers are kind of killing baseball right now. I have not watched, like you're talking about, rock climbing. No, unfortunately, I have absolutely no experience out of it, and it hasn't, like, anything I've seen hasn't grasped me enough. You're a San Francisco fans? I'm a White Sox boy, Sean, so I've been in a bit of a rut with my baseball watching. So we got a Winter Olympics coming up. I'll watch the curling. I'll probably watch some figure skating. I'm not into skiing whatsoever or the shooting. But I'll watch curling. I watched a lot of curling when the Americans won it. Oh, fuck. Goddamn right, Sean. Fuck the Cubs. Biathlon? No, it's curling. Curling is by far the best. Yeah, I like Summer Olympics a lot better because, like, I did track for a while. I was a thrower, so I love watching throwing. Also, the United States has basically the two best shot put throwers in world history simultaneously. Oh shit, that would be awesome. I also am a slut for wrestling. I love watching high level wrestling. So in the Summer Olympics, I'll watch a lot of wrestling. You don't tell me what to do, pen man. I am a slut for high level wrestling. And I get weird with it. Really, Sean, interesting. That's right. That's why I'm waiting for Blazing Tatchy Eye, Mud. Oh, they're not. Oh, not real in a complimentary way, right? Not like a literal. Yeah, I actually worked with somebody who still did a lot of like recreational dancing just for the love of it. Like he was in his mid to late 30s and he was still a part of a dance troupe in Chicago just for the fucking love of it. And I admired that quite a bit. Son of a bitch. I mean, once again, I've said this a few times. I always love seeing people who do stuff that they're clearly passionate about. One of my favorite things literally in life is seeing people who are actively doing things that they enjoy and they have passion for. And that's one thing to say about the Olympics, because generally a lot of those people do. I mean, because it's kind of like a reactionary aspect of like the hustle culture of like the United States, where it's just like I kind of hate that bullshit. Exactly, Mud. The Booyah Tribe? I think I've actually heard of that. But it was like a troupe that did shows in Chicago. And like they went to competitions and stuff, but it, like, you know, none of them were making money from this shit. And they were doing like, they were practicing legitimately together for like 10 to 12 hours a week. Oh, that's really cool, Quote and Show. Like, I think that's legitimately, though, the best thing about humanity as a whole is like people pursuing shit that they love. Like, I love, like, you know, it's part, you know, also why I like art and why I pursued it or, chose to pursue it. Kind of living like a pauper at the moment, but like, because it's not about that. It's about doing this because I fucking love doing this. It's such garbage, Mud. It makes me sad that people view life in a vein like that, right? Like it's, but it's another failure. It's a failure of humanity that we don't provide a society that can do that. In my opinion, it's one of society's greatest failures, or modern society's greatest failures. It is. It absolutely is, Sean. Well, obviously, Mud, as the pro AI channel that we are and that you moderate for, okay? Remember, just obey. All right? Just obey, everybody, because nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen if you just do what the fascists tell you to do. Okay? All right, everybody? Just do what the fascists tell you to do. I will be a slut. Yeah, no, that might have to become a motto. Be a slut. Be a slut that's into the weird stuff. Because we're not shaming you for that. We welcome it. God, why aren't I? The mouth is just getting too wide. Exactly. Yeah. You know what? If you don't want to be a slut, that's perfectly fine. But don't tell other people to not be a slut. All right. That's one of my main mottos I'm going to live by. Don't tell other people to not be a slut. And then don't be like Stephen Miller. Is that long too? You think my lip is, the bottom lip is too long? Live, laugh, be a slut, see? There you go. Top lip. Yep. I agree with you on the top lip. But I feel like the mouth opening needs to be bigger. Like, needs to angle more. You think the mouth needs to go up? I can kind of see that. The fuck is that? Is that like crease in the thing? Okay. Oh my god, I tripped. Okay. Sorry everybody, I tripped and fell over. Oh my god. Oh, what a mistake that was. Oh lord, I'm so clumsy. I'm so clumsy, everybody.
Move this man!
Don't you? I had an accident. I had an accident. I also sharted a little. Yeah, I could. We're kind of in that situation where any day it kind of happen. The Medusa oblongata. By the way, I'm anti. Oh, Sean, you're back. Filtrum. Pronoun. Yeah, that. Okay, so it is what I was thinking it was. Thank you, Sean. So we're not talking about the perineum. Okay. Thought we were talking about that. All right. By the way, anti-Adam Sandler. This is now an anti-Adam Sandler channel. For political reasons. I might have, Mud. Political. Multiple political reasons.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, hooray! Poison Jackal. Give me those links before I burn this place to the ground. I better see those links, or I'm burning this place to the ground, and I mean it. You're welcome, Poison Jackal. This was an epic raid. What are you saying, Mud? Don't call my bluffs. Thank you. Whoops. Ooh, I like this. I like how it reminds me of a penis. Mud has several life insurance plans taken out on me, I found out. And not to mention, they also own a couple... you own 2 paintings or 1 painting of mine? So they're also banking on the increase in value of that painting. Come on, yeah. Nice. Well, great work, Jackal. How have you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. That's way too much. Most likely, Penman. That is true. You did get it for free. Because I put myself in a situation that made me feel Catholic guilt. I know, obviously, but he probably sold shares in it, right? Did somebody say watercolor? If you are painting with watercolors, you should get yourself a set of badly made watercolors. Oh, Chuck E. Cheese? You mean Chuck Entertainment Cheeses? Cat food shares. That's awesome, Jackal. I hope that went well. Does that mouth placement seem better? I know I don't have the lip in there, but... Perfect. A pube too high. Let me get in the other shapes on it, and then we'll see if we need to adjust a pube or two. I'm glad that people are finally adopting the unit of measurement known as pubes. I think it's very effective. That's great to hear, Poison Jackal. Yeah, that's what I was going to do next, Sean. Listen, everybody knows a pube's length, okay? We all know what it is. Maybe I got a little narrow. Exactly, see? We should all adopt it as a unit of measurement. They are USD. That is correct. You are correct, Poison Jackal. It probably ship. If it costs you a lot to ship, I will refund you the overage on it. I suspect I could ship it to you for $12 to $15 USD. Poison. got. So I have refunded other people who pay too much for shipping because it's not good with calculating international shipping. But I would say around I would say $15 max. Oh, good. All right, good. Look at that. Jackal, those are professional level, and they are, yes, I intentionally make them as affordable as I can. Goddamn right I have ethics. What do we have if we don't have our ethics? Money. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Shit. I really misunderstood ethics, everybody. Oh, damn. Oh, fuck. Wait. Have I been doing this wrong the entire time? Oh, goddamn. I've made a terrible mistake. Oh no. Listen, if Winsor & Newton wants to buy me out, I will hawk their paint for a little bit. I will talk shit behind their back though. You hear me, Winsor & Newton? I can be bought. I would use every loophole I can though to like talk shit about their paints. Even if they did sponsor me. It's like a random, it's like a random entry. So like if you did a gift for chat, Jackal, it would be like enter into the random giveaway and you got like, 2 minutes to do it or whatever. Yeah, people in Europe have been getting, like, had to pay VAT taxes on paints that I sent recently. Well, thank you, Jackal. I will ship them out immediately. If I had to recommend anything, also, if you were buying any individual tiny ones, I would suggest getting an extra yellow or two. Wait, you do? Oh my god. I had no clue. I thought you all hated me. Okay. To this man? Okay. All right. Okay, I couldn't have a win for a little bit. Okay, all right. All right, that'll be some crying later. That's something I see. It always is, Hanser. It runs the gamut. It runs the gamut. The Wallace and Gamut. But yeah, Jackal, if you get them, I hope you enjoy them, and please let me know any questions you have. Like I said, I do recommend if you are willing to do it, to get yourself an extra yellow. That's not me trying to upsell. That's just I think those are the ones you'll go through the fastest. Well, you should be. And just make sure you also order a wheelbarrow. I don't know if you read the descriptions on the paints themselves, but you're going to need a wheelbarrow as well. Yes, you will need one. Did you read the descriptions on the watercolors? Did you even read the descriptions? I can't believe I put that in the description. I know, it is. Hey, you were all very willingly copying my mania. Is this even my fault? Fuck. Nope, you absolutely cannot. So yeah, just go to your Amazon and order yourself a wheelbarrow. Or a bunch of like bandages so you can tie it down. Yep. Guaranteed 14 inches every use. Yep, you can do it like that too. Now, if you use my oil paints will blow your dick off. So, if you need to get rid of it, you have to get the oil paints. It's instant. It's every time use instant. It just knows. Don't ask me how my R&D team figured it out. Don't ask me how my R&D team figured it out, okay? They just did. Oh, we are. Goddamn right we are. And if you aren't, you can get out. Yeah, so the pastels will shrink your wiener but not get rid of it. Oil paints will get rid of it. Watercolor, 14 inches. God damn, why can't I get this mouth shape right? Yep, it is a math game. planning as well. It's like the Sims. It's like SimCity of penis management. Oh God. Yep. Oh yeah, if you want to get disability, buy my watercolors. Weren't you the first in Virginia to claim disability off of a gigantic wiener? Can you so Poison Jackal, I will refund you overages. How much is it charging you? Because I could literally refund it. I've done it for somebody in the UK who said it was like $60 and I could send it for 16 or whatever. Or 20. It was 20 to the UK. UK is more expensive generally. So shipping was an additional 68 on it, is what it's charging you. So it will probably be $15. So I would refund you 53. Or what I can do, another way we could do this is I could calculate the cost of shipping and then have it I found there's like a specific thing I've used to ship. So like, you know, I've shipped to Australia and New Zealand before. Like I shipped a box with a painting in it to New Zealand for $24 recently. And I'm sending you like an envelope, you know. Okay. Well, if you want to do, like, it would be easier if you did it now and I just refunded you the difference. If you want to wait, that is perfectly fine. Don't let my preference change that. And then we, you know, and if you wanted to wait for that, I'm happy to do so as well. It would just probably be late. It would be later tonight. It would be in a few hours that I could do that for you. No, because the refund goes through. It is through Fourth Wall. It is through Fourth Wall. And I think they'll refund you probably by the method that you paid. I'm guessing. So. And like I said, I've done the refund before, so I mean, you know, either way, you're not going to pay that much for shipping. I expect the shipping to be roughly $15. Rush his ass. Oh my God. Basically. Yeah, I put those blue paint bombs in every one of my packages. Oh, and the bees, sorry. And the bees and the wasps and the centipedes. Oh my God, a merch train. Oh my God. All right, everybody has to buy merch now. Everyone has to do it. Thank you so much. Everyone has to buy merch right now. You know the rules, everybody. You have to do it, Maddie. It's. Do you want to upset our corporate overlords? Do you? Okay, all right. Then fine, don't. All right, fine. Jeez. Okay. Fine. I guess nobody does merch trains anymore. Well, I've just done it enough now with this one website, and it's not a big package. You know, these watercolors are half pans, so I can fit it in a small envelope. So I'm much I'm much more confident in telling you that it's going to be in a range than because I've used them enough too. So I don't know if you can use pirate shipping, but that's what I use to ship internationally. So, all right, everybody, that merch train. Buy all your paints now, everybody, because there's a timer on it, okay? Because there's a timer on it right now, everybody, you have to buy my stuff. Okay? All right, remember, I'm a sad and desperate man. Very sad and very desperate. All right? You all know this. It's Black Friday at Walmart. Exactly. All right? And you're about to be trampled. What do? Do you run or do you fight back? All right. It's Black Friday and the Tickle Me Elbow crowd is pissed. Yep, they might. Do not make the Tickle Me Elmo people pissed. All right? Does anyone remember that? The Tickle Me Elmo craze? Maddie, you were too young. That shit was annoying. Because that was the start of, that was the real start of Black Friday shenanigans. Oh, the merch train! Yep. Chia Pets. Good work on the merch train, everybody. Good work on the merch train. Yeah, it was just... people are bizarre, man. Thank you again, Jackal. That was very sweet of you. I really hope you like them. And congratulations on the penis. Mix your paints, everybody. Yeah, every time you use them, too. Like I said, you're going to want the wheelbarrow. And they are 100% badly made. A lot of wage theft. So you know it's good. A lot of wage theft. I obviously wage theft against myself. Okay? Can one wage theft themselves? I guess it very much so does. Yeah. Yeah, good. So one thing, Jackal, too, it's a mixing palette. All right, I designed the palette, the set, as a mixing set. So with like my color mixing tutorials, it applies to the watercolors as well. Generally no, Mud. Generally no. But if I ever get demand enough and I get a better machine, I'll be much happier with those prices. And the fact of the matter is, it's like I'm not selling enough to, pay me enough as is. So it's not like something like, do I really want to like charge an extra, I don't know, $20 for sales instead of getting them out there? There's like a few aspects I thought about. And I'd also would like them to be accessible for good quality paints. It's part of my mission. Because remember, everybody, the paint and art materials industry wants you dead. Okay? The art materials industry wants you dead and in the ground suffering. Just like Maddie does. Just like Maddie does. It's probably too dark still. Oh shit, Maddie's here. Yes. Also, if you just go to my mixing streams, Jackal on YouTube, yeah, there's a playlist for mixing streams. Basically, those rules apply to my watercolors too. Okay? So you'll notice I have like cab red light in there. I have ultramarine blue. I have the lemon yellow. I have burnt umber. I don't have the white, but you think of, if you think of the paper as your white, obviously, right? That's how you just think about mixing the colors. So, it's very, very interchangeable. And the colors that are in there are meant so that you can achieve those colors. You get what I'm saying? Like a wide array of colors. That's first and foremost, I created a palette so you can mix pretty much anything. So you could make, you could make a really strong purple. You can make you have magenta, obviously. You can make very strong oranges. You can make insane greens. You have reds, you have, strong yellows, you have strong blues. Yeah, and in watercolor, you have the white of the paper. So that's why I don't, I do sell titanium buff, but I think it's like I don't think it's a color needed by any means. Yeah. You have the paper for white. Essentially, is what my point is, right? Now there's some I have some other colors there's Viridian. Viridian is a very weak tinting in watercolor. But it's a good color, but you can make that with phthalo blue and lemon yellow. I do not. Daniel Smith is a blacklist for me. They are, in my opinion, not ethical. They offer too many colors to be ethical. You may think that's like a very kind of simple thing, but I consider that to be unethical in nature for how many different colors they offer, how many colors that are just mixtures of other pigments that they sell independently. I look at marketing tactics as a big red flag, and trying to weasel up, I advocate for you learning how to mix colors so you can use less paints and only use the ones that matter. Yeah. That one in ultramarine violet, Maddie. But I'm never gonna buy those again for, making. That's just because I bought them. They were disappointing. That's the end of them. Limited to run, yeah. And I'll reiterate that you could make the same color as Viridian with the lemon yellow on the palette and phthalo blue. That's in the basic mixing palette. You can make Viridian. I'm not disappointing. Which I can demonstrate for you actually right now on my palette, mind you. Don't eat them. Stop it. Stop it. Damn it, Salt. How many times have we been through this? No, stop it.
What the fuck is that?
It's a painting, Richards. Damn it. How many times do I have to go over this? I can really feel the hatred today, everybody. Good on you. I really feel hated and despised. Good work. I feel as persecuted as the My Pillow guy. So far, so good, Amanda. Okay, Richards. All right, somebody's learning how to use the sounds. There's a lot there. Damn it, they're learning. Damn it, they're learning. Yeah, it probably is. He's learning. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised that isn't more of a therapeutic thing where it's like taking out your anger on somebody in a way that doesn't harm them. Like, didn't they used to do that with, like, write a letter to somebody who you hate, but don't send them the letter, but write it? Wasn't that a thing? Need a little bit more on that cheek, I think. Lots of versions of that. Yell at the dogs in the neighborhood. No, they just attack me when I do that. Their eyes turn red. And they just start going after me, so I stopped doing that.
I fart in your general direction!
And I shit in yours. Jackal! Oh, there I go shitting again. Laugh it up. Laugh it up. Oh, have a good one, Jackal. Thank you. Thank you again. You're probably shipping out on Friday. And I'll take care of the shipping label. I'll try and get it done today, so I'll send you the refund if you're still here. I'll shoot you a message in Discord. When I refund you. I've heard of write their name and then put it in a jar and pee in a jar. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, Richards, you're familiar with this, with like the old, like the way people believed in magic. I wonder how many of those are rooted in some of those, like, you know, ways that people actually try to practice magic. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that, though. All right, I think I have likeness, everybody, huh? I think we got there. I think we got there, everybody. Yeah, we got it in the sweet spot. Now we got to start introducing fun colors and ruin it, okay? So this is how you know it's a good painter, okay? We start making weird color choices, and then we ruin the painting. Okay? Add glitter, yeah. Yep, this is the glitter phase where I'm going to try and get aggressive with purples. Because I think Koto would want purples. Oh, you know what I should incorporate some of the minty green, huh, Mud? Yeah, I definitely should. Got it. I love it. I love his color, his belt color. Up eyes, yeah, for the highlights, yeah, for the highlights on his cheekbones, definitely. I feel like he'd like purples though too. Let's fix the nose while we're at it. All right, Mud, what would your color be? What would your belt color be? I don't know if I get that's what like they might have said, but I don't, obviously I don't think it is. I think I would go for a very saturated Viridian for my belt color. Pink? There's already pink though, but I agree the pink ones are awesome. The pink ones are awesome. Our right, his left outline. Yeah, you talking about the cheek? All right, let's fix it. I think I see I think it's like right here. It needs to come out more. Was that enough? Yeah, I agree on that. Need stronger shades on the chin. Add whiskers. I need to bump up the shadow here, obviously. Or, Did I get that? I think I did with the cheek. I also think I should get in these notes right now, too, while we're at it. Let's get in the hair highlights, some of them at least. A bit more higher, closer to the eye at the highlight. Yeah, that might be a little bit. I see what you're saying, I think. I don't. Not in the slightest. Richards. I believe they believed it. The only thing I put some credence into, Richards, is them when they say things into existence. I have some belief that that actually happens because of how people parrot information. So I relate that more as to a function of human psychology than I do with anything of actual magic. Remember, I'm a science boy. I don't need to cover all this up. I think leaving some of it white is actually good here. So, do you think like bringing this in a little, oh, there's like a more rounded ridge. Bringing this a tad closer to the eye. Well, hold on. Let's... Straight on. Did that change anything for y'all? I think if I bring the neck out a little bit... No, I appreciate it. What if I did this? And I could bring the maybe I bring the neck back out a little bit. Let's start off with this mark. Better, closer, warmer. I think that's what we're seeing right now, is that I think I see it. I think this is what I need to do. Because I kept on bringing in that portion of the neck. And I think I need to bring it back out a smidge. And then bring out the cheek accordingly. They were a little bit like, you know, they're a little bit of the crazy people, but, you know, people understood what pigments were for a long time. You know, predating the Renaissance. So now we bring out that cheek a little bit more. Fuck me, no, fuck you. So how does that end here? Yeah. See, it's like this, and then it comes back in. Oh, fuck. No! It's got like more of a curve to that, though. Try my best. Sometimes your best isn't good enough. I mean, I gotta clean up this area too. This is just not right still. Let's get that lip highlight in. I guess I could just do that one across. Do the brighter one. Shaky. Bring it down lower. Yeah, I know Jack Parsons. And his connection to Elron. And the Moonchild, or whatever. Very crazy bastard. But apparently incredibly good looking. I gotta move that ear out again. Add some 10. Ear is a little red, but I'm going to add a highlight to that. Yeah. He was one of the most... He's one of the more interesting guys in his effect on United States history relative to how much of a maniac he is. Now, Trump has easily surpassed that, but nonetheless, he was like one of the first. Oh, I got another pervert trivia. I have another good pervert trivia, everybody. We'll wait till ads are done. I have a good pervert trivia. You're all going to want to know this one. Some of you might know it. I wouldn't be surprised if a few of you knew this right off the bat. Get ready for pervert trivia, everybody. Do you think the cheek is fine now, Mud? Now, see, now it looks a little pudgy to me. Yep, that silhouette. Maybe it's just right here. No, because I'm missing this line. I'm missing this like straight, this like slightly diagonal line right there. I think I made the head a little bit tall. Overall. Okay, so I gotta fix that too now. So this needs to come up. Okay, mix your paints. It's all right. Let's get in these highlights over here. So maybe come up a little bit like that. I feel like his forehead's too tall. I think it's still that, huh? His forehead is definitely still too tall. That's what it is. That's what it is, I think. His forehead is still too tall. Because he's got this roundness over here that's just not there. And I think it just... I'll clean that up, but... Or maybe it was just... I think it's everywhere, though, down there. Let's clean that up, maybe. It's amazing how little that I did there. But, like, I think that's it, though. Because I also don't have, like, the I don't have good transition colors there. Maybe I go even more red with them. Because then he also has a little bit of a widow's peak. And then this is rounded off more. There's areas that still feel like they need to get darker. Or, you know what? This is a good spot for green. All right. B, aggressive. B-E, aggressive. I think that eye is a little bit too angular still. And I think the angle right here needs to be in here. Needs to be a little bit brighter or a little bit more saturated. I think that eye is not tall enough. No fucking shit balls. I need to go darker with that. It really is. See, like, because what I'm also missing there is like the dark spot on the other edge of his eye that I got to be careful with because it's not black. I should just go like a deep red. So it's like right here, which I don't have. That helped a lot. I think that helped a lot. But it needs to angle more downwards too. But it needs to be an orange. It needs to be a saturated orange. There we go. I'm like holding my breath every time I'm doing this shit. And then I need to see, now I feel like the eyebrows need to close in a little bit again. Go back to the mouth. What that mouth do? Every little bit. You guys ready for pervert trivia? You guys ready for pervert trivia? All right. The question is, what first lady was known for their blowjob abilities? Notoriously known. Martha Washington? Nope. Not the big M. They called her Old Gummy. Nope, you're confusing the two. Miss Trickle Economics. You are correct, Stoic Booty. Nancy Reagan was known for their legendary blowjobs. Had one of the most evil husbands in history, doesn't matter. Well, because you know that they were in Hollywood. Reagan was an actor. And, I think there were some people who were with Nancy Reagan before she was with Ronald. Remember, he always called her mommy as well? Mommy? One of the most evil men in history. Straight up. Ronald Reagan is the root cause of everything going on right now. Yes, Stoic, you do. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Carlos. Pretty much everything bad that's happening now economically can be traced back to Reagan. Pretty much everything. Reagan, yeah, and Thatcher. Yeah. Yep. The world would have been a much better place without both of them. Without both of them. The dynamic duo, yeah. Real shitheads. Yeah, for sure. Trump is a student of Reagan and Thatcher. Oh, definitely, Sean. And Mussolini. I mean, and Hitler. I mean, let's not even mince words here. Stephen Miller is directly taking things out of the Hitler playbook, and they're not even hiding. They don't hide it, mind you. Worse than Trump, but we had better checks on him then. Oh, well, that's the thing, though. He was the type of person, though, who broke down the barriers to fuck over the entire population. Right? They were like one of the first administrations to really hamper on abortion. Like, there's other stuff. There's social issues. The gay genocide. The gay community genocide by not addressing AIDS. The tax, the whole change in tax approach. Like everything. Crack epidemic, yep. The war on drugs. Like the Contra bullshit, I believe was him too, right? Sorry if I just breathed into the mic. So there you go, everybody. But at least Nancy Reagan, let's bro it up, everybody. Nancy Reagan gave a hell of a blowjob. So they should be forgiven, obviously. That's grounds for forgiveness. Yeah, good for her. But she was an asshole too. Remember, everybody, a good blowjob is a get out of jail free card. I know, Carlos. Well, and remember, don't forget, everybody, we have to send our court mandated thoughts and prayers to our God Emperor every night before every meal. He probably hasn't. All right, everybody, don't forget, it's court mandated now, okay? The Supreme Court ruled on it recently. Okay, we have to send our government mandated thoughts and prayers. So saith our Lord and Emperor. Good. Well, you have to do it before the meals too. Do you want the police to come to your door, Mud? He knows if you're not doing it. Thoughts and prayers. If only. Everybody, when he's gone, I'm playing for probably about 5 streams straight. Everybody, I'm going to be playing the Ewok song on repeat. Everyone be prepared for that. Okay? That Ewok song is not going to be stopped playing. When it happens. Praying that Norway melts off the face of the earth. They did our boy dirty. Yeah, Norway's now the enemy, everybody, because they wouldn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize, okay? All right? Everyone make sure to curse Norway. All right? Because they wouldn't give him the damn Nobel Peace Prize. Right, Richards? It just makes no sense. He doesn't. I mean, he's clearly going through like mid to late stage dementia. Probably mid stage. He's been shitting his pants for decades, and I will make fun of him for that because I'm glad he does. That's true. He is a moron. He's one of the... I mean, this doesn't even... Like, yeah, this is besides the fact that even before he had, you know, mental... Like, I'd say mental capability issues, he's a moron just to begin with. But, you know, let's own those libs, everybody. Remember, what's the most important thing? We have to own the libs, okay? We must own the libs, everybody. Say it with me now. We must own the libs. It doesn't matter how terrible things get, everybody. As long as those liberal bastards are unhappy because they dare to have empathy and compassion. I just breathed in the mic again, didn't I? Yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Ba-dum-bum, ba-da-ba-da-do, ba-do-do-do-do. It's weird how warm my place is. Haven't been used to this, everybody. It's too green. It's a noticeable too much. That is true, Richards. Don't tread on me, Lib. Those bodies. Yep. That's true. Remember, women, you don't own your own bodies, okay? All right? That's what God would want. Oh, no, it's very true, Carlos. Tread on me harder, Daddy. Good. Good. You understand. That might have been a bit much. Yep. Well, because, like, that's the thing also. What's even funnier is he's a coward. It really does. It really does, Sean. Like, what's amazing about this is because, like, it's a stereotypical thing, right? Once the bully gets confronted. Well, and not to mention Trump, charisma works on Trump like nobody's business. Like, you know how Mamdani just went in there and, like, Trump loved him? He even dressed like him for a few days afterwards. Like, Trump loved Mamdani because Mamdani is, like, actually charismatic, and Trump just, like, gets tricked by it. I think that's literally why whenever people meet with him, he backs off of shit. Not just because of the bully and he doesn't know what to do, but because he's, like, a sucker for charisma. I don't know if the military will actually listen to him if he does. Because apparently there was already an order that people distracted him about. I think they knew they could get away with Venezuela pretty easily. Yeah. Well, he literally just sits in his fucking office and watches Fox News all day. Or Newsmax, or, like, you know, people who fucking agree with him all the time. He's a fascist. He responds warmly to youth and beauty. Yeah, no, that's a valid point. Yeah. No, it's true. Like, it's empirically true. So. But see, like, the frustrating thing is because what he just did in Venezuela, you would not have thought was possible. And now he's talking about basically ruining the modern world. And now it's like, it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it's out of the realm of possibilities, which is just nuts. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. And that's what they said that that's what they said they wanted. They wanted them to build more army bases there. Because that's also good for Greenland. It'd be crazy, Carlos. But you know what? I trust the European our NATO members to, I think, figure out a way to get through this without the world ending. But you never know. Oh, it always was, right, Sean? Like, hence the whole Aryan shit. I think this eye is too dark, huh? Did I just ruin that cheek? Maybe. Doesn't look right now to me.
Fuck those fucking fuckers.
Indeed. Well, they're sane and reasonable, and, you know, frankly, a lot of them got to power because they can appeal to dipshits. Enough, at least. Knee mud. Knee salt. Here, maybe. I like putz. I like, my favorite boomer insult is putz, but that was used a lot in my family. Yeah, dumbass does. Agreed. Knucklehead's not bad. I feel like it lacks weight though, like we were talking about. Knucklehead is too, like, I'm letting you off the hook to me. I need more hatred in it. I mean, they are Richards, right? I mean, they are the generation that had the easiest path to wealth in American history, and they've spent their entire lives bemoaning other people for having it as good as they did. Right? Like, that's just kind of the reality of it. They've done everything in their power to make it so people can't have the access to shit that they did. It does need bite, yeah. Well, that's the thing that wars kind of do, right? Like, especially, I think with... There were some interesting things I learned about recently, too, about World War II veterans. Now, World War II veterans did have a lot of mental illness, don't get me wrong, but they had, like, a weird, an unusual time to kind of detox when they were taking boats back because they couldn't, like, fly back instantly, right? So apparently... A big difference between a lot of World War II vets, despite seeing awful things that, that you see in war, they had times to talk, like, kind of basically do therapy on the boats with other, other military members. And I've heard that some people suggest that that's why, like, a lot of World War II vets were, like, better adjusted to coming back to society. We want a better life for our children every generation before. Yeah, no, seriously. It really is like that, Sean. It's just amazing how awful the hippies turned out. How much they ruined shit. I'd want to believe that. I just don't know, right? I know that they weren't also documenting that shit. That horrible stuff, right? As well. So it's also harder for us to understand what, like, the actual numbers and severity of it. No shit, Carlos. Well, I hope you have the support you need and deserve. Because I cannot imagine how difficult that is. Good, Carlos. I'm glad to hear that. Well, but the Republicans are so much better for veterans, Carlos. Okay, I just want you to know that. All right? We know this. All right? We know how good Republicans are for veterans. And they definitely don't defund veteran programs whatsoever. That's a lie if you heard otherwise. Okay. We can agree on this. Those fucking fuckers. Yeah, exactly, Carlos. Do, do, do. Yep, yep. I think that that's more common than people think with the military. I have now I had one friend who was pretty right who joined the Air Force, my best friend. But he's gotten, as he's matured, he's gotten more left, but he still has some right tendencies. He's also a really good arguer and stuff, but he used to identify he was raised evangelical. But his wife is fairly left, who is also in the Air Force. Yeah, if anybody wants to share their Instagram, go for it. Carlos also has a hell of an OnlyFans, Richards. Carlos has a great OnlyFans. It's fantastic. Oh, nice. Neck in the clouds. Yeah, I'm doing this because of the tournament going on that I'm going to watch immediately after I'm done here. And I'm doing another Sumo portrait for my next painting. I'm trying not to, Stoic. Well, that's only by invitation, Carlos. So you just got to talk with somebody who has an OnlyFans account. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, Nick. Cool to hear. Yeah, Mudworks got me hopelessly addicted to Sumo, and it's a problem. This is all Mudworks' fault, everybody. No, OnlyFans is my perverted streaming account where you see all the angles, specifically the upwards angles. Probably is Greenback's fault. So that I have the OnlyFans account. You see all the weird shit. You know I'm talking about, the upwards angles. Oh no, we're talking about below me. It gives you. I have 100 camera angles that we add to the stream. You still don't see my face. I wasn't following you, Carlos. Ooh, Carlos, I like your shit. I haven't seen this before. Why haven't I seen this? Good work, Carlos. Any tips on escaping corporate hell to put all your focus on what fulfills you like art? So I've done that, Kaleidonoscope, and I'm poor as hell. But I made good money before this, so I had a bit of had privilege to do so. But if you could find a part-time job to help sustain you and then commit the rest of your effort to art, that would be the way to do it. I would just, the only thing I would advise is make sure that you love making art. Making art. Not just enjoying the result. Okay? On the OnlyFans, that is correct, Omizu. That's the thing, right? you do not count on making money from your art until you've already had sustainable work and sales, right? Like, that's a thing. If you're going into it and you haven't sold work before, or you haven't kind of pursued other like financial endeavors related to art, well, then you're to make money, you're gonna have to do other things. So like, I've done a lot of random shit for money. Even now, I put myself in a situation where it doesn't cost a lot for me to live, but I am still skirting by because I don't make enough money. But I sell paint. I sell my paintings. I'm going to art fairs. I'm trying to kind of diversify the avenues in which I make money. Right? But I'm like, I don't indulge in anything really. Yeah. See, I did own my home before this. So like I said, I was in a fortunate situation with the money I was making before I pursued this. Well, I have sold my body, okay, all right, but that was for the love of the game. That was for the love of the game, everybody. And I'll do it again. So yeah, point being is, have a plan. Budget. Like, if you have problems budgeting, then I would advise you to get better with that before you did it. I do it again. So like, to give you an idea, right? I essentially never go out to eat. I haven't ordered food delivery in years. I cook almost exclusively all of my meals. I don't buy games. I don't. All of my excess money goes to art or my paintings and my bills. I haven't bought. Here's a funny thing. I haven't bought beef. I'm talking ground beef or like a steak for myself in years. I literally at the store won't pay for beef. I get pork. I get like $3 a pound or $2 a pound chicken for any meat I do. And I cook everything. Straight up cook everything. I try to live off of basically like $30 to $40 a week on food. Would you go? No, I don't have a. Would I go hunting? I'd probably try it, but I know it wouldn't really be for me. I mean, if you say so, Drez, but I think I'd be willing to bet you spend more than that. Well, you drink also, Drez. Chicken, rice, and beans. That's right, Stoic. Oh, are you, Richards? Oh, that's cool. Okay, I mean, you have if you're trying to live off of this, you have to account for it. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't smoke weed. I'm like a goddamn Amish person. You're welcome. Hey, hold on. Like a week or two ago, you told me you were drunk. I think it was last week. Okay. But also, $8 is not enough on food. You should eat more if you're only spending $8. But so yeah, point being is it's not easy. Like I also have the benefit of having I try not not to, but I do also like since I own my home, I have some room to fail. I do have a safety net too. But I also did something is I downsized, well, not technically not downsized, but went to a cheaper area and I outright bought a home. So my living expenses are exceptionally low. So I owned a home that I was, paying too much for to support this. I figured out with the equity and the money I made on the home, I could buy a home outright. That is true. But, if you're like, I had to change things I live in a cool place. I'm not in an ideal area. I'm in Rockford, Illinois, though. It's still a fairly large city, and it has some charm. But, I was living in the Chicago suburbs before this. But once again, I was making very good money before this. So like I had a fairly, I have a mechanical engineering degree. I was doing mechanical engineering before this. So you could probably estimate that I was making decent money. I chose to be a starving artist. I did. But like going into this, I knew that I wanted to paint and have like the lifestyle that cruise. But I've worked harder on this than I have worked on, my jobs in the past because I always hated my jobs. Always hated it. And it was just the reality. It's like, okay, well, if I want to be happy in this life, I gotta fucking do something. Instead of just dreading work every fucking day. Yeah. But like I said, I came up with a plan that I thought could work, and I'm trying to make it work. Right? But I've DoorDashed, I've done stuff like that. I've like I said, doesn't mean I don't really have money for anything outside of what I'm trying to do right now. Until I went in there with less established. See, I also did it with less established. I would say, but not none. Established sales. But what was I going to say here? But yeah, I guess I just made a plan. I was thinking about how I can execute it, what resources did I have. You know, could I live off of just doing DoorDash and sacrifice painting? And I could. I also don't. I'm single. I don't have kids. I don't have a pet. I don't have things that are also extraneous to my budget. Oh, it is, Neck. That, yeah, to fly that back, Richards, that would be a lot. Do 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 do. Yup, nub. Enjoy your shower, Neck. Or else. All right, are we done? Are we done with this? That seems like a lot there. Thank you, Richards. I do have... Oh, I see something that's fucked over here. Okay. I did put my other Sumos up for sale on my Ko-Fi. So if you're looking for a portrait of Aonishiki or Ura, they are on my Ko-Fi. Thank you, Stoic. Yum yum. I got the Ewok song stuck in my head. I'm being too hopeful. Oh, gotcha. All right. Well, fine, Richards. Fine. You know what? Oh no, it's understandable. Who would love this painting? I'm not sensitive about it. Too much, I think. Kind of feel like that's a problem. Oh my god, you don't even love it. Okay. Okay. All right, night's ruined. Night's ruined, everybody. right, I think we're good though. Oh, ads started. Ads just started. Okay, let's do a little bit more then. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I am still painting. How long have I been going for? Oh my god, it's been 5 hours. I could go for another 5. No, I got Sumo to watch. That's right, I won't. I got Sumo to watch. I also got to figure out what I'm going to do for food because I have no food cooked. So maybe I just won't eat tonight. I don't feel like cooking that soup, but I might. So I should call it here. Okay, we're calling it. Well, I told you I'm going to make a ham and potato soup. I got like a ham that's like, that you had to cut yourself and there's a bone in it, but there's some scraps on it. So I think I'm going to sear that and then boil that and throw in some potatoes and dill. Thank you. I think the portraits have gotten better. Oh, okay, god damn it, I put a brush away. Okay. Never mind. We're doing one more thing. I think the portraits overall have gotten a lot better. Recently, since I kind of changed up my approach. That's all I wanted to do. All right. Ad break is done. We're done. Don't forget to buy your badly made paints today and your badly painted paintings at super low prices, bargain bin prices, all done with AI. Very sassy. He's a sassy boy. That's a boy with 4 eyes. Yum num. Next painting is another Sumo portrait. Today's Wednesday, right? On Friday. On Friday, we're doing another Sumo portrait, everybody. There is no escape. You're talking about elk hunting again? Today's Wednesday, right? Thank you, Sean. This is your favorite? I think this one turned out good. I do. I would have liked to have been a little bit more confident, but I think I got the job done. But there are some confident brush marks on this. but I think so. I think I did. Yum num. Okay. We are clean. This house is clean. All right. No.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. It's everyone's favorite time of the stream. Time to wipe that D. Live and uncensored. You are all going to sit here and watch this because you don't have a choice.
Oh my glob.
I know. I know, Stoic. You don't have a choice. You're all stuck here. Show the... All right, good. Okay. Now we... Oh my god, Umizu. Okay, now you get... Oh god, this is just disgusting. Oh my god, you could practically see all that I'm doing.
I be smoking.
Oh god. You people make me sick.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will never stop. It's not stopping. And I'm keeping eye contact. Ghosts be gone. Oh my god.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
I can too right now, Stoic. I can too. Alright. That plums one was a good ad. Feels good. Relaxing. Okay, let me take a picture.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. You're the one that stinks. Okay, let's take a photo. Okay. Post that in the Discord. Another painting in the books, everybody. Another painting in the books. Okay. All right. We're going to raid Sumo. It's only right that we raid Sumo tonight. Unless... Just double checking. Opinions on, but that's okay. Yeah, we're gonna raid Sumo for sure. Okay, everybody. Thank you per usual. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Yep. Not tomorrow, but the day after. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'll happily address them in the Discord. Thank you, everybody on YouTube. This is one of my better YouTube days, I think, in a long time. Omizu, thank you. Please, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, I'm desperate. I'm desperate for subscribers. So if you could find in your heart to get you and like 20 other people to subscribe to my YouTube. You know, harass your family, your parents, your children, your brothers, your sisters, just everybody, your coworkers, your boss. Get them to just subscribe. I just need the numbers. I just need the numbers, everybody. But yeah, anyways, heading out. Thanks a bunch. We'll see you all soon.